Evening all. How we all doing? Apologies for the slight delay. I was helping Claire with the mid-journey issue. Nothing game related, of course. Trying to turn her daughter into a witch. I actually thought you could just dump a picture into mid-journey and tell it a prompt and it would alter the image accordingly, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. More fiddling needed, I think. So, as per usual, or at least as per usual this week, before going into what I've been up to, I did record a quick video of the latest dev shed update earlier, if everyone wants to see that. If I can find it. There it is. Mute this music a minute. Okay, here is the dev shed update. Okay, here we go. Time for another update. And this time we've got cladding, which is very nice. We also have all the electrics going in there. That's our 40 amp feed. The fascias and bits and pieces have all been put on. And as luck would have it, we ran out of cedar, like with one plank remaining, which is just typical. So that'll get done either tomorrow or maybe the day after. Internally, still very echoey. Can't see very much. Hang on, let's get the light on. So the end walls have been plastered now. So that one's done, and that one's done. So that's all the plastering done. We had to kind of pull that off and redo it because the wires wouldn't pull through from the outside. But that's all sat there ready to have the fuse box fitted. Yeah, that's pretty much it internally, really. It's now just a case of waiting for the plaster to dry. That's all the skirting board down there ready to be fitted. And then on the outside, we have the drain done. See if I pop out. There's a soakaway there. And we've got our drainage and everything done there, down the side. So they did all that today. This is the back garden. So if I ever need to come out for a bit of fresh air, I can like maybe bring a chair out here. If I smoked, this would be the smoking room. But then the Starlink dish is going to go up there and again on an L-shaped bracket, so it's just above the roof line. Can't have it too high, but hopefully because it's behind the tree, it'll be kind of, you know, out of everyone's line of view. And that's it, really. Onwards and upwards. So, yeah, we can't do anything now until the plaster's dry, so I wouldn't expect to see much progress now for at least a week, maybe a week and a half, and then we'll get the thing whitewashed. Okay, there we go. And there we have it, the latest dev shed update. It's definitely starting to look like a thing now, and I am really looking forward to getting the stuff in there and getting all set up and getting settled and getting into a really good rhythm with work. I didn't mute myself, did I? No, I think we're good. Okay, so what have I actually been up to, is the question. Before I get into this, I've made just a small change here and there on the Sensors UI. Most obviously is this one, so rather than having the on and off buttons, you can now just toggle these like this, and then just toggle accordingly. So if we bring up the surface map, you can see that they now toggle on and off as you'd expect. There are no structures there, so it's not showing anything. Now, one thing I realized with how these planets are being generated is they're not really generating any kind of usable height map, because what the current system does is it takes essentially some Earth imagery, so it's various geological regions of Earth, and it tiles those Earth images and then uses a noise function to kind of blend between them. So you get unique layouts every single time, but you'll notice that on a lot of planets you might see a feature or like a rocky outcrop which you've seen before, which is obviously not ideal. And also, because it's using those textures, they don't generate a nice consistent height map. So long term, I'm going to replace this with a different way of doing things so that we can generate proper height maps and do away with the textures entirely, so the whole thing is purely noise driven. So today I created a whole new system pretty much from scratch to do exactly that. So what you're looking at here is the result of essentially fractal noise. So it's various Perlin and Voronoi noises stacked on top of each other. It also uses the noise to generate the normal map. So you'll see that I get the light in the right place. So the landscape does have normal built into it as well. Obviously it's very plain right now, and that is because it is just literally a noise function. So let me make that a bit bigger. So all you're seeing is the result of the noise. And what I did, because this is something else we're lacking on the current one, is I also built a function for generating a region mask, so it's for temperature regions. So if we take a look at this, you can see that we've got a tundra region at the top, our temperate zone there, and then our equatorial hot region there. And we'll be able to widen and narrow these various bands depending on the temperature of the planet and its atmospheric conditions. And of course, when that's applied to the noise map, you get this really cool effect where you actually have proper temperature regions. So obviously that's northern hemisphere, temperate zone, and as you come down into the equator, everything gets a lot less green. If you look at Earth, for example, you can see you've got a similar deal going on here. So you've got your tundra region, you've got your temperate zone, you've got your equator where everything's hot and dry, and then Australia, which is an oddball. We're not doing complex climate models, so it's going to be difficult to have anything other than a linear arrangement for now. But at least for now, we do have the ability to generate these different temperature regions on the planet's surface. The textures are generated on the fly, so it's all completely procedural. But what this particular approach gives us is an actual usable height map. And I've been experimenting with various different ways of getting decent looking terrain with this. Lots and lots of experimentation. I did find, was it this one? A really nice way of making kind of pseudo erosion. Might have been this one. Oh no, that wasn't that one. Maybe it was this one. Yeah, sort of like this. So you get this kind of erosion effect using the noise. Now obviously on a proper terrain generator, you have to pre-compute the erosion. There are various noise tricks you can do to kind of approximate erosion, but erosion's a tricky thing to get into a fully procedural terrain. So we're probably going to have to do something like this, where we fake the erosion with clever noise maps. Yeah, I was reading a few different articles on the best way to do things like erosion and terrain generation. A lot of them are kind of pure Python, and that's no good for an Unreal material. But it's something that we need to definitely invest in. So what I was doing is I was taking this map here, and I think I was making that a little bit more severe. Yeah, so by applying a power node to an inverted noise function. I don't think this one was up for Roni. Oh, no, that's just a gradient noise. But yeah, when you invert it, you get this kind of cool electrically effect. But if you sample this carefully, then you do get this sort of fractal effect, which you get with mountain ranges and things. So it's about sampling this, comparing it against the base height map. It should be this one. So that's the base height map, and you overlay the detail height maps on top of that until you get your final result. So you can see there with the extra detail, it starts carving into it with various shapes and patterns. So really the last job to do with this now is to get those mountain ranges properly implemented and adhering to where the actual continents are. The issue we have is obviously when you're overlaying all these different noise functions, it goes beyond the 0 to 1 range, so you can't lerp the result easily, or use something like this, where you can lerp through a gradient based on the 0 to 1 value of the height map, because the 0 to 1 value goes above 1, and there's no way that I've found yet of extrapolating what the maximum pixel value is for this particular height map, because if we could find that out, then we could just remap the value range like this. So we take our low as 0 and our high as whatever the pixel value is, like the maximum white that's on there, and then we can remap this entire thing back to 0 to 1, and then do some lerps on various color scales. But that requires more fiddling. So what I've done for now is, rather than doing all of this, I'm just doing this where we're just generating various masks. So I start off with the tundra masks, so this is the polar regions, and then I do the equatorial mask like that, and I just apply those on top of a base green color, and that gives us our final result, which is just like that. So in order for this to not look crap, we need a lot more color variation. So if we compare this to the existing one, obviously previewing a node there somewhere. Oops, no, I don't want to do that. So this is the texture-based one. And as you can see, the surface has a lot more just stuff happening on it, because we're overlaying texture. So you get situations like this where you lose the smooth gradient, and instead you get these sort of interesting bumps and mounds and interesting geology, which you don't get as easily with a noise function. So if you compare like just the general terrain there to the kind of terrain you're seeing here, obviously it's a garish green color, but just in terms of the terrain, it's a lot plainer. It's a lot less interesting. It doesn't have all those little bits. So it needs probably another 2 or 3 additional noise layers to bring out just that randomness, those random hills and valleys and rivers and all the other stuff we need. You can't normalize it because it caps it above 1. So what you end up with, and in fact there's an example of it here. You see how this particular region of the surface, because this area goes above 1, it's clamping the value to 1, so it just goes flat. But it's not an insurmountable problem. Yeah, so that's just something I was fiddling with today, just as a bit of a challenge really, and to see how easy it's going to be to convert this system to one that has a really usable height map. Yeah, right now it's just me. That won't be the case quite soon. We are going to be recruiting a whole plethora of help. Quite easy to change the seed, although it's kind of Australia. Squished. Yeah, you're right, actually Claire is my handler. Yeah, anyway, so once this is more fleshed out and it's got more detail to it, then then we'll switch from this system and use that instead. Obviously, this has got things like cloud layers, and ice, and stuff, so there's all that to add yet. Although the new water is better. More detail to the undersea regions. It's horrid without the normal map and everything. There we go. I'll scale this down a bit. That's a bit big for a planet. Should look really cool on ocean worlds though. But anyway, I shall stop playing with that now, because we have other things we need to do. And of course, the whole point of that was the fact we've got this surface topology button, and I realised after trying to crowbar the existing planets into it, they're not going to work nicely with this at all. So yeah, we do need that better solution for those surfaces. Yeah, exactly, Firstus. It's like that water planet from Interstellar. Oh, actually, the other thing I've been looking at. So we have these essentially on-off toggles, and I'm going to convert these to this kind of format as well. Again, just to make it more obvious what's going on what's on and what's not. These will just have to stay as they are, but these aren't as confusing because there's 4 of them. But we've got a lot of comments from people saying that because the one that's currently active is the one that's greyed out, it's confusing. You think the inverse is true, So if we have it like this instead, it will make more sense. The other thing that I'm going to change a little bit is where we've got things like the distance display and the display alignment. I think I'm going to rename those for UI preferences and holo display preferences. So things that only relate specifically to the holo display will be in a holo display box, which I may have actually done on the long range. No, did I not? I was in the process of doing it. I've not got around to that yet. But yeah, that should make everything easier. And we can also double up on the display range, because if we've got a specific holo display category, then we can put the zoom function in that and completely separate that from the display range on here. Or do we even need a display range? Again, it's about what value that actually brings in terms of usability. Like on the long range sensors, you've got your list of star systems. Is there any value in only showing 4 or 5 of them? If you're zooming in and out of the holo display, it doesn't really matter how many systems are here, because it's what appears on the holo display that matters. But we can have a think about that. Oh, actually, the other thing I did, it's been a busy couple of days actually, I have fixed the hitching that was occurring on here. And I've done that by limiting this display to 50 light years, which is what it was originally. Essentially, that's the contents of an entire sector. But by capping the generation of that, if we go to here, avoid the planet. It's a painfully long time to get up to full speed sometimes. Right. So as we transition from one light year coordinate to the next, it should not hitch. In fact, if I just round the range. Ever so slight stutter there. But it's not locking up like it was, and when packaged, it's way less. The other thing I added actually, I've added some temporary testing buttons on here, because I was getting fed up walking over there every time I wanted to test something. So if we target, say, that planet and hit auto-nav, then you'll find that the ship will automatically fly you there. Essentially, that's doing the same job that the helm NPC would do. So it goes through the process of pressing the sensor target button and engaging the autopilot. And if you're not at FTL, then hit the FTL button. Interestingly, it's not actually showing. Oh, I press center helm first? That would make a difference. No, I didn't. Yeah, it helps if you press center helm first. There we go. And yeah, I stuck the spore drive on there as well. So yeah, if you can't be bothered to wait, click that. Did it take us there? Took us somewhere. Where did it put us? Middle of nowhere. Okay. Yeah, we're all the way over there for some reason. So target that one, click that. Are we now there? Yes, we are. Okay. All is good in the world. So obviously, they say temp on them for a reason, because they're purely just there while we test this build. They'll be removed before this build goes public. But it does make life a little bit easier when we're testing stuff. So essentially, what I've just done there is what you'll be doing when you're interacting with the NPCs. So when you press center helm, as a captain, you'll be able to look over at that NPC and just say, take us to the current sensor target. And they will do exactly what that button just did. Here we are on the apparent dark side of that planet. Yeah, me too. I don't generally mind going between stations. It's just when you're testing things out and you have to do it 10 times in a row, it does get a little tedious. Yeah, well, we'll have the NPCs soon enough. As soon as this build is live, the very next thing I'll be working on is the bridge NPCs. But yeah, that button will stay there until the build goes public. So you're still looking at a few weeks yet. Hey, don't roll. All good, thank you. Right, well, one of the things we needed to fix for the short-range sensors was not every body, as in every stellar body, works properly with the short range. And also the short range is not highlighting properly. So we essentially need to just go through and make sure that all the various different aspects of it are working. Make sure that the zoom works, make sure it's displaying aura remap when nothing is selected. I think that's pretty much it. We're practically done with the sensors now. Just those few things remaining, and then it's on to more modelling work. Actually, that's another question. So Obviously, when you fire up the short-range sensors, you'll see a list of things in range. Now, if none of those things are selected, what are we showing on the holo display? And I'm thinking what we'll do is we'll just use the orrery map, because we've already got it there waiting. And as you click on stuff, it will highlight those objects on the orrery map. And then when you click the surface map, it will change the orrery map to an actual planetary display. Yes, Anasi, exactly. We need to go through every type of object that's currently in the game and just make sure that the short-range sensors render something sensible for each of them. Let's start with the orrery map, I guess. Yeah, rogue planets can be added whenever, to be honest. There's nothing actually preventing the addition of them, like right now. All we need to do is just add the spawning of them to the galaxy gen, decide how many there should be in any given sector, and then when it actually spawns the sector location, it's replacing the central star with a planet instead. Should be fairly straightforward to add that. Maybe if we get time at the end of this patch cycle, it's something I can quickly pop in. But they will just be black balls in space because there's no light source for them. So until we've got some way of projecting some kind of an overlay on the bridge windows to actually see them in the distance, there's no real visual benefit to having them yet. Not yet, CSI, no. See if we can get that done tonight. It's an easy fix, it's just it's deducting the object radius from 0, so obviously we then get a minus value. What are we doing here then? So we need to know whether or not we've got a short-range target. Which we don't. Yes, we do. That one. Right. So if we stick a branch in then. So if we do have a target, we want to actually no. No, actually, we need a page option, don't we? Yeah, so where we've got our current page there, we need something similar for the short range. So let me just save everything because we're going to have to do a quick engine restart with this. Some of these textures and things. Hopefully, Paul, if not tonight, then certainly by Sunday. Really depends on the GPU, Shadow. The game is very heavily GPU bound. The CPU doesn't matter quite so much. Thank you, Delta. Sticking it to the man. Thanks, Delta. It's very much appreciated. Don't make yourself short, though. Uh-oh. Clicked the output log. You should never click the output log. No, Scroungy Cat. I mean, I've been using Unreal for about 7 years now. Never really had a serious problem with it, other than right this precise moment when I clicked the output log. A single 4060 Ti is more than enough. Yeah, because I generally leave my PC on 24/7, and invariably Unreal's open alongside it, the output log fills up with just status messages and things from Unreal, and I've noticed, certainly in the latest version, it likes to crash if you click on it. I reckon it's time to kill that process. Ugh, Windows 11, where's the button? There. Yeah, the funny thing is, last time it actually chewed through my entire 192 gigs of RAM. I don't know what it does, because obviously there isn't 192 gigs worth of text in the log, so it obviously gets itself into a bit of a loop. That's true, actually, yeah. There's so much RAM, it just takes forever. So, yeah, it's fine now. Right, what were we doing? Probably going to have to redo the things I just did. That one. Yeah, you know what? I probably should, to be honest. There we go. I always click it instead of the content browser. I don't know why. So, need that on there. And we need short current page. And of course we need enum to go with that. See, I went to do it again. That content browser's there, and yet I instinctively go to click on the thing that crashes it. Yes, much hype. There will be an interior cutaway of the planet. It'd be a shame to generate all of the different crust and core radii and not use them for something. Right, now that we have our enum all set up, we can start switching on that. Hey, Renzer. We are currently just finishing off all the various things that the short-range sensors need to do. All of them, I have all of the backup copies, all over the place. Yeah, you remember that watch from Pulp Fiction? Yes, most definitely, Rapture. Yeah, that's kind of the final piece of the puzzle, really. So we'll handle the scanning and sciencing of everything from orbit, and then kind of the final piece of the jigsaw is getting down to the surface via a shuttle and whipping out some tools to actually scan things in person. So this should now generate an orrery map, although I would hazard a guess that the range is probably going to be way off. Let's just have a quick test of it. Next to a planet, so that's useful. So the range is not good. What's the default? So assuming it's treating that as probably centimeters. No, we are good with kilometers, so that's definitely 1,000 kilometers then. Okay, so let's just make sure those buttons actually work. Yeah, they're definitely hooked up. Start. Hey Jamo, and thank you. So I'm assuming then that it's not setting the buttons on this side. No, it's not. I think I can copy paste to make my life easier. Fine, I'll steal the medium range one. Is that not doing its thing? Oh, right, it's hooked up to the medium range, that would be why. Good question. Last time I checked, I think it was about 160 gig. Let's have a look. So the full dev folder is quite a bit bigger than that. So 378 gig, but that does include all of the Git stuff. The actual project itself is 157. Obviously, it doesn't package at 157. It packages at like 6 gig, which is kind of mental. But that's all the source and a lot of assets that aren't actually used in the project. All that gets culled when it's packaged. But yeah, it's quite impressive. It goes from 157 gig down to 6 or 7. When it comes to setting this value here, obviously that's our maximum range of the short range sensors. This will become dynamic. So as the sensor array wears and tears and gets damaged, that will affect the maximum or the effective range of the hardware. For now, it can just be a hard set value. Planet. So that should cap there. Yes, Spikey. Not with the main ship, but with shuttles. So you'll have to take a shuttle out of the shuttle bay and fly it on down to the planet. Yeah, Jamo, exactly that. So the toggle buttons that only have a switch between two different states will be converted to the same format as the new overlay buttons. So they'll have a single toggle button with a text state next to it that says what the current active state is. Okay, there we go. There's our sensor range on the short range sensors. So you can go all the way down to a single kilometer, and then all the way up to 3 million. And the reason I've chosen 3 million is because that should fit in all of Jupiter's moons. The random shenanigans will happen once every single system on the ship is working and repairable. Once we have everything repairable, then we can start breaking stuff. Better check that the exploration data works across short range. Sort of. Didn't update that, so that needs fixing. And on these planets, by the way, atmospheric terrestrial planet is an awfully long word. So I think I'll probably have them as all of the terrestrial planets will simply say terrestrial planet. And then there'll be maybe a second line with some denominators. So whether or not it's atmospheric or whether or not it's an Earth analog, that sort of thing. Gives us a bit more flexibility as well with how we display the data. Hey Jim, good to see you. Yeah, you can repair everything yourself or just leave it to the NPCs. It's up to you. Range done. Regarding the minimum range, by the way, of a kilometer, I guess once we've got things which are small, like shuttle-sized small, then I guess we need to reduce this down to, I suppose, the radius of the ship's hull. Yeah, because if something's only a few hundred meters away, you want to be able to see that. Yeah, that's true, Rapture. Yeah, the gas giant classes need to be expanded significantly because the actual color of a gas giant is very much temperature dependent. So the reason ice giants are called ice giants isn't always down to the fact that they have a slightly different chemical composition. The fact that they're blue is purely down to their temperature. If Jupiter was the same temperature as, say, Neptune, it would also be blue. So we need to factor that in. Alright, so why are we not sending through the exploration data? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, look, because we're not even giving it. That's why. Hey Atlantic, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Tycho, I do sometimes. Good example of that actually happened this evening. So Claire was in the shower, and I was sat on the toilet next to the shower waiting for her to finish. And I was like, lost in thought. And she said, "What are you thinking about?" I said, "Oh, I'm trying to work out how to extrapolate a minimum and maximum value from a noise node in a material graph." She just looked at me, closed the shower door, and turned her back on me. She didn't even roll her eyes, she just gave me a dead stare, like a piece of her died inside. Very true. Ah, exploration data. Thanks, Festus. I'll bear that in mind for future reference. So that distance needs to take that radius into account. Yes, we need to default to distance to ship on this one. See, that is actually deducting the radius of the object. Curious. I guess the question is it selecting the right object? Yeah, it should be surface to surface. So, well, if it's a celestial body and we're measuring the distance to that celestial body, and I guess ideally we won't use the body radius. We'll just measure the distance, from the center of each, the mass center of each, which means really we don't need that. So we only need to do that if we're measuring to the ship. So yeah, two different scales. Thanks, Triblade. I'll remember that one for future reference. So I think the issue here is that that value is going to be the orbital value. Because we're going to have to work that out on a per case basis. Although I thought we were. Setting that up here. So we're measuring the distance here, and that's purely to know whether or not this object's in range. So we need to be doing that same job on there. That does rather beg the question, how is the medium range doing it? Because that runs an update on tick, not tick, a looping function. Right, okay, so we are actually updating the struct with that value. This is going to be an interesting challenge once we have multiple object types, because obviously these are large system objects, i.e. planets and moons. Once we have ships and stations, there'll be a different struct entirely. So we're going to have two or more separate structs full of items, and then we need to order them together somehow. So it's going to be fun. Yeah, generally surface to surface is what you care about, because you care about crashing into a mountain, not the core of a planet. So I think what I'll do in this instance is I'll alter the struct every time that this is run. So because we're already doing the distance job there, so we may as well update that struct. I shouldn't need to store that as a variable first. So hopefully that will give us our correct value. Yeah, the FTL will eventually stop you from crashing into things, and probably going to do that by way of having it just emergency stop if you're flying directly into a planet. So you'll have to manually move the ship out of the way of anything that's in the way. The NPC helmsman will have to figure that out. I imagine we'll probably draw a spline around each planet with a certain radius, and if the planet's in the way of where the ship's going, it'll head to a perpendicular spline point in order to move itself around the planet. Yeah. Okay, so we're reading just shy of 5,000 kilometers. So increase this to 5,000. Just about see the edge of it, which we do right there. So I would say that is probably spot on. So yeah, so that's an interesting point actually. That needs changing too. Our midline measurement. It's obviously measuring to the core of the object. We could maybe shorten that spline by the radius of the object, and then draw the nav target at the end of it. And which way, that means that the nav target will appear here rather than the object center, and as you're flying past it, it will kind of trace across the surface, which could be interesting. Think on that one. Strikes me as being cleaner. Okay, so the last thing we need to do with this is make sure it highlights when we click it. I imagine it's just not picking up that it's got a valid target. So when we click the surface map, it should switch to a surface map, which it's not doing. Okay, so that needs to change. Yeah, I might cap the scale of the labels. Obviously at the moment they scale with the object, and after a certain distance they stay the same size, so they don't keep getting smaller. But I think there needs to be an upper cap as well. And of course the other thing we need to do actually is the direct scan as well. So the direct scan is going to be an interesting one, because rather than just flipping a boolean within the sensors data, we actually have to store the ID of the planet in a map within the sensors data, which is going to be a little bit of a headache, but shouldn't be too challenging. Right, so when we clicky the clicky Yep, send that through there. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, of course, we were. So I've been using this particular boolean for all the instances where we have like a short range detail target. So long range, basically anything that has the auto remap, it's using this. And I need to separate that out into each of the individual sensor pages. But for now, if we change this one. Change that to long detail target. It should do CSI, yeah. I don't say that's wrong, but no, it's not wrong, that is correct. Yeah, so that does fix that. The hangar door, yeah, right now it does have a shield. And for ease of gameplay, we'll probably retain having a shield, because the other way of doing it requires pressurizing and depressurizing airlocks and depressurizing the whole shuttle bay potentially to get ships in and out. So just for simplicity's sake, having that shield going across the door just makes sense. And we can also, have it degauss the hull and kill off any bacteria and that sort of thing. What did it? I think it's not doing the auto update. So go through here. That's a pain. Let's do this. Do this in a different way. So take our select. Let's make that an array. And we'll just have one of these for each. Ooh, the tea fairy appeared. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello, everyone.
And like that, she's gone. She flutters in, delivers some tea, and then leaves. Yeah, she still has a bit of a cough, but she's nowhere near as bad as she was. Oh, sorry, Firstus, I missed that. Yes, is the answer to that. I'm going to try and get as much done as I can. So my order of events here is to get this short-range sensors finished in terms of its ability to display the data. I'll then go back and finish off all the modelling work on the inside of the ship, and then I'll go back to doing the actual data generation for the short-range planetary scans and all the life stuff. And then we should be into polishing and bug fixing for the release. Still taking too long to highlight. What's going on with it? So we need them. So mostly Zelaf, it's going to be fixing the stairs and engineering. That's probably going to take a few days because I need to kind of get back into the swing of how I did them the first time round. Falling asleep. Need to remove some sort of framework geometry, which is sticking through some doors and windows. That's literally just like half an hour to an hour's worth of work. The rest of it is just general tidying, polishing, making sure nothing is obviously broken. The stairs in the maintenance tunnels need extending downward. They're quite simple, so that should be easy enough. And the cryo room, the ceiling structure there needs extending upwards a little bit. I think we're looking at least a week, if not 2 weeks of modelling work, in order to get that like properly polished and ready for the demo. it's still taking ages to highlight. Now, if I've got time, I do want to add more detail to the D&E deck areas, because right now they're very, very grey boxed. So it'd be nice to get that fleshed out. At least put wall panels back on where they need to go. But the priority is getting the stairs fixed and getting rid of the geometry which is blocking doorways. Essentially, as long as it's no worse off than the current public demo, then we're okay with it. Oh, hang on. Is that not the right action message? That would explain it. Oh yeah, that's the problem. There we go. Proper highlights. And the sensor target works too, which is good. Right, so now that that's working, it's kind of sad that there's only one thing in the list, but that will just have to be the case for now. Eventually there will be moons, obviously. Yes, Delta. The ward will be on the upstairs section, overlooking the park. We'll probably have one of the surgery rooms upstairs as well, and then the downstairs area will be things like the dentist's office and maybe like mental health and physio and other things which are not like proper sick related. Like, I guess like outpatient day visit stuff downstairs and more serious stuff upstairs. Do you mean these, Jomo? These ones here. Okay. You mean so invert them so white background with black text? Yeah, we can definitely add a toggle to this, although the holo display is just going to be colored balls. It's not going to have detail. When you click surface map, that's when it will show you the actual detailed view of the planet. Right, so why is that not? Oh, I know why it's not doing anything. It's because we're not telling it what page to be on. So surface map should open up the existing surface map, which means we need to tell it to do that. When we click where is it? Right, so when we click this one, we need to set surface map and that one to none when we close the map. That should be all we need to do. Okay, Daniel, have a good one. Clickety, clickety. Okay, that's 50% what I wanted to happen. It's a good question, Rapture. I don't think we'll do dental work as a critical function. We'll just have it as a flavor thing, same as the barbers. So obviously there needs to be a hairdresser on the ship somewhere. We can have NPCs use those facilities just for added flavor, not for any particular gameplay reason. Yep, uniforms will be printed out with 3D printers. So why is that not generating a texture? blah, blah, blah. So I'm assuming then this is returning false. So it's not generating the texture. Although that said, it did generate the texture. Hang on, let's just double check just to be sure. Okay, so it generates it the moment you click it. So yeah, I guess we do want that. So it's not accessing it from there. Whether that one's not working. Yeah, that's true. Small steps forward. Right, so we're not getting a true value appearing up there. So that means this is returning false. Suppose we gotta prove that, just to be 100% sure. Good luck, Firsters. Modding tools, yeah. There will be tools and mechanisms within the game to create things like star systems locally. But when it comes to new ships and stuff, that's going to be complex. I guess it really depends on what sort of modding tools. I think the closest thing to a modding tool we'll be making would be some form of mission creator, which would be nice to hook into the Steam Workshop. I really would like to put the generated texture as part of the sensor data, but it does mean transferring that file across the network. It's not small. Let's go and find it a sec. That is capturing there. That is a 6 meg image. So it means every time we transfer that data across, we're transferring a 6 meg file across the network, which is just mental. We can't do that. We definitely need to force this to generate the material. So why is that reporting false? Yeah, I mean, we could chop the image into pieces, but you're still sending 6 megs worth of internet traffic, and more. If there's multiple clients, obviously that's 6 meg per client. It's much better to make the client itself generate the texture as and when you need it. See that? So let's get that and find out exactly what we are. Okay, so when we see, I thought it was sending that through sooner than that, but obviously not. So we need to make sure that we add this action message when we send the button press for opening the map. Send that along there. So thanks past me for making that an array. That's better. They still work? Yeah, they still work. Yeah, so I think I definitely prefer having it so that when you're just on the short range sensors generally, then you've got the full 3D environment around the ship. And obviously, if there's other ships and stations and things, then if you're taking it all the way down to just a dozen kilometers, then you'll see things around you here that you can then click on. then once you physically choose to do something, then the display changes accordingly. I think I'll move the scan target button over here alongside center helm. And then we'll have the 3D cutaway view and the surface map available here. We'll have to have a think about the best placement for some of these buttons in the future, because obviously surface map is perfectly relevant for a planet, but if that's another ship that you're clicking on, then we perhaps need a context sensitive set of buttons here, so they change depending on which type of object you've clicked on. Yes, Zelaf. So when you click this button, it refreshes the current state of the sensors, and that's replicated across the network to everybody. Generally speaking, there is a range on replicated variables, obviously range to the class that's calling it. But I've got these as always relevant, so anything which is kind of critical to the ship generally is always relevant, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. So for example, if you're down in engineering and someone's doing things on the bridge and changing the sensor data, then it doesn't need to be relevant to someone down in engineering. However, when you get within range of the bridge, that rep notify variable will fire, and then it will generate the stuff that needs to be generated. So we can do it that way around. Once we start really hammering out the multiplayer testing over the next couple of weeks, then things like that can be ironed out. It depends, Eljon Areno. Sometimes games have ini files that you can mess with directly. Sometimes the game client is partially decompiled. There are many ways of modding a game. You can have things like a client injection, where you can actually inject code into memory. So obviously once the game's running in memory, then that data is in the computer's RAM and is freely accessible by anything that can read the RAM. So you can change values in RAM whilst the game's running, and you don't need access to source code to be able to do that. So for example, you can make the ship fly quicker by hard changing those values whilst the game's running. Things like graphics mods and things generally require decompiling the client. Hey Nikolai and Devon, welcome to the stream. Okay, so where are we at then? So that's working, these are working. That's not working. And perhaps it's, to be honest, I think this is kind of irrelevant. We don't really care how far something is from its parent body when you're on the short range sensors. Even for things like moons, they'll be on medium range. So You only really care about how far it is from the ship, so that can perhaps go away. The display alignment definitely does need to work though, because we want to be able to focus on the ship, obviously, or the target that you currently have targeted. So yeah, let's fix this. Let's get that one working. This should be a simple job. We can just grab what we've done for the medium range and just copy it across. Interior customization is essentially wall, floor, materials and colors, lighting colors, ship name, ship registry, what else? Oh yeah, UI colors, that sort of thing. Basically anything visual within the ship, you can change its color or texture. Externally, there will be a lot of color and texture options as well. So, colored hull plating, accenting, go faster stripes, that sort of thing. Obviously, the ship's name printed across the outside of the hull. We'll probably add some bolt-on kit bashing bits at some point in the future. Just to pretty the ships up a bit if you want a slightly different visual appearance externally. But obviously all the ships have fully simulated hardware, and that hardware has to exist physically within the game world. So the shape of the ship and the bits that are generally sticking out of the ship actually serve some kind of purpose. So we're going to be very light on things that don't serve a point on the ship. There's very little surface detail that's not important for something. Yeah, things like furniture choices. I mean, you can change, or you could change the furniture colors and things. I think we'll certainly add enough in terms of customization that you can change the look and feel of things quite dramatically. So things like a selection of different chair choices, different types of upholstery you can change the texture or color of, fabric or leather, and obviously the color of those materials. You can already fairly dramatically change the look and feel of the ship just by changing the floor types. Going from carpet to acrylic really does change the look and feel of the ship. But yeah, we'll add more to that over time. If we can customize it, we'll make sure that you can, basically. Yes, Delta, the plugin that we're using for the YouTube player does actually support local files. It just needs setting up with a UI, and I need to see where it actually reads those files from. I think the issue with it is that it was going to be local only, so you would have to distribute those files to all of the clients, like in a multiplayer session. So when you play the file, that file exists on those clients in order to be played. Otherwise it will play for the host and not the clients. But if you're part of a player group and you pre-distribute something like, say you record an admiral's briefing as part of a roleplay session, as long as every player has a copy of that locally, then it will work for everybody. Definitely help if the buttons were connected to something. Right, too many tabs. Let's get rid of this lot. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, Jamo. So, yeah, so a roleplay group, if you've got a lot of videos that are part of that roleplay, then having them unlisted on YouTube is probably the best way forward. And you can just kind of drag them down and stream them as needed. But yeah, if it's something like the length of a movie, then you're probably better off pre-distributing that to all the players that want to watch it. Press C, Gayfesh, it cycles through all the different cameras. Right, so we need to make sure that the short range sensors have those particular functions. Which they do not. I would say it is statistically impossible for them not to be. That did work. It's just the buttons aren't switching around, so we just need to add the code for that. If anyone watches Cool Worlds, the most recent video is actually quite interesting regarding the likelihood of abiogenesis happening, and the fact that we're now can't remember the terminology he used, but essentially the chance is over 10, and even in the most pessimistic of what happened there? Everything went black. Yeah, even the most pessimistic of variables, it's still over 10, which is classed as very highly likely. It seems to be the case that life forms very, very quickly after a planet's formation, as long as it's got water and energy. Obviously, that doesn't mean intelligent life, it just means life. But it does mean that, based on those results, life should be abundant in the galaxy, at least in simple form, which is pretty exciting. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting debate. I mean, I've seen things I can't explain. I've spent an evening overnight in Rendlesham Forest before in the UK, and I've seen lights in the sky moving in ways that aircraft can't. But was it aliens? Who knows? They didn't stop and say hello. Yeah, I've been there a few times. I used to live in Clacton-on-Sea, which is not a million miles away from Norfolk. So I would go there every so often, just spend the night. I've been recently, and it was nothing. It was just not the same as it used to be back in the day. There we go. We can focus on the planet or the ship. Right, so that's working, that's working. They work. That's not needed, so I'll just get rid of that. Right, so I'll move the scan over there. And I guess the next thing we need to do is actually start looking at the ability to scan the object to finally fill up that last little blob of scan data. And once that's working, that's all the major functionality done for the sensors, which is kind of a big milestone. Yeah, that's a good idea actually, and I was thinking about that in terms of like Earth. So if you were to add something for like life signatures, then essentially the entire map is just going to be green because obviously there's very few places on Earth that there isn't life. But I guess on different planets there could just be small pockets of life. So I think it's definitely a valid thing to have on there. Our local town of Minehead has way too much life. Sorry, that was my WhatsApp. Right. So let's get these moved. Of course you're bigger. Help if I move the right button, wouldn't it? So we've got a surface map there, and then we can have our cutaway there. May as well make a button for it. Is there a better term for that? think there is actually a scientific name for a planetary cutaway, is there? Interior map, maybe? I suppose interior map makes sense. You've got surface map, interior map, they kind of go together. Yeah, cross section, that's a good one. Yeah, I prefer cross section. I think the way I'll do it, let me grab an image a minute. Probably do it this style, as opposed to the one which is just cut away like a quarter. The alternate style is to do it like that. So I think if we do it like that rather than like that, it'll probably look better on the holo display. And I'll just have that as a 3D ball in the middle. And we can still do our surface rendering on top as well. I have to make sure that the UVs work with that. Right, do we have a scan? Yes, we do. Right, so what's that actually doing? Is it doing anything? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, the holo display will actually have its own controls for scale and rotation at some point, probably in the next patch cycle. So you'll be able to spin it around and have a look at it properly. Yeah, the delay when scanning is literally just there for gameplay reasons. The data is already generated, so the moment you click on the item, it generates the data instantly. But obviously we want to add some flavour to that, so having everything just instantly scanned doesn't feel great. I'll probably have it come up with status messages as well while it's doing the scan, so like warming up array, targeting array, conducting scan, etc, etc, etc. Okay, this is where it gets fun. So we don't need to do that anymore. Why don't we tie it to radius? So basically, the larger the object, the longer it will take to scan. See, unlike the medium range, where we can simply go through each individual item, actually, why don't we could probably do with making a delayed for loop as well. Macros, where are you? You look quite simple. Yeah, we can certainly grey that out. In fact, there's a few cases where when you're on a certain mode, the buttons that are still visible relate to a different mode. So it's just good UI design to disable those, just so people aren't pressing them expecting something to happen when nothing's happening. Right, so that should give us a delayed for each loop. Sorry, a for loop, not a for each loop. And then what we can do there is if we do zero to how many increments do we want this? So maybe 10. I think I know where I'm going with this. Bear with me. Actually, rather than a percentage, we could put a scroll bar, progress bar. I need to wrap that in a size box, maybe. Yeah, so if I get rid of the throbber, then we can put the percentage underneath. Okay, so this will go up in 10% increments. And we just need to decide how long that takes. So the radius of the sun is 696,340 kilometers. And it's really kind of sad that I know that off by heart now. So if we set that as our maximum, so I just need to work this out now. So if we want to do this by seconds, so divide that by 60. We definitely can't have that many seconds. And also, we don't want it to take a full minute, actually, do we? So it's an easier way of doing this, with less maths. So if we go for 1,000, and then let's go for, I suppose, 7,000. So go full 10 seconds for a star. Then maybe a tenth of that for something small. Let's just see how that looks a minute. So I need to make sure that's grayed out when nothing's selected. And then the scan is doing nothing. Good night, Ian. Have a good one. Thanks for joining as always. Good night, Zelaf. Have a good one. Okay, that sort of worked. Finishing off the functionality of the short-range sensors. So I'm just doing a little counter-upper. I think 10 increments of 10 is just too big a jump, so we'll maybe take that down to, well, all the way to 100, I guess. Straight in there as a percentage. So that needs to be quicker. For this one, of course, it has to be multiplied by 0.01, I believe. 100 times 0.01 is 1, yeah, so times 0.01. Should sort that out. Much better. Too quick there. Let's see how bad that is at the start. Cheat. Of course, it's not relinquishing the display. Hang on, let's fix that in a minute. Yeah, well, every aspect of the ship, hardware-wise, should be upgradable. The idea being that if you can print out a new part to repair it, then it's just as easy to print out a new part to upgrade it. too bad. Let's where are all these stars tiny? Let's go find a bigger one. You're bigger. I'm so glad I put those buttons there. That's interesting. It should be in range. Why are you in range? Interesting. That's very blue. What are you? I think I'll add the progress bar on here as well, rather than the little wherever that's called. Okay, so you are a class 3 gas giant. Very, very blue. That's not too bad time-wise, really. Right then. So that's all the easy stuff done. I think I will make that say that. So it just says complete afterwards rather than sticking at 100%. Right then. So we have our selected object. So we need to inject that into the scan data. That's not going to cut it because that's just basically it's using the galactic coordinates to identify which system we're talking about. Though it probably will actually serve us well. Or what we're not doing is we're not actually transferring which object we've scanned. Though we do have the object selected, so we can use that. So we're going to have to loop through our explored locations and see whether or not we have a match already. I guess we need to check against the system bodies. So let's duplicate that one. Actually, this is going to have to be a nested search, because once we found the explored location that we're interested in, so we need to before we can set struct member, oh, cat on my desk. Off. So if you get a copy rather than a reference for now, then we need our system bodies. You'll see why I've not been looking forward to this bit. Okay, so we need to loop through this one. Also need where's our sensor data? There it is. Let's wait while it works out all the linkages for this. This struct is referenced a lot, so it takes ages when you click hide unconnected pins. Selected object should still be the selected object. Save that. Equals that. So we've got to handle the break on this loop as well. So we'll break this loop first, and break this one first, and then break that one. So that is true. Thinking actually that does need to be actual proper hard reference. Because we need to set get a reference to that one. Yeah, let me set members in this one. So the ID would be the seed. Should already have the seed because this is a matching one, so just need to I suppose, to be honest, if it shouldn't be in the list unless it's been scanned, so the only reason it would ever be there is if it's already been scanned. So really this is kind of redundant. But if we make it
I'm not quite
scanned.
sure how to help you with that.
Nobody asked you, Alexa. Thanks for trying though. That needs to break that. Okay, and the completed pin needs to we don't need to do that there. Actually, but we do need to do it there. So that needs to go there. That one needs to go there. guess the other thing we need to take care of here actually is if we don't find any reference to this system at all, it means you've literally flown there and you've scanned a planet without performing a long or medium range survey. So that means that we need to create some data for that object. But we won't implicitly set those as true because you're only scanning a single thing. There's lots of circular logic with this. So that means that does need to be true, so we do need to use this one over here. So it probably make more sense to put it here actually, just so we don't confuse ourselves quite so much. We need a second local boolean here, just to make things even more confusing. Give me an assign node, please. So if this works first time, it will be an absolute miracle. So if we find a reference to this system already in the data, we set the first boolean to true, and if that first boolean is true, then all we're doing is just updating the notify and getting on with our lives. Why are we doing this? Oh, I see. Yeah. It's just to update this. Okay. Right, so we don't need to do anything else there because we're doing it here. We're already updating that. Which again is probably redundant, but we'll do it just as a matter of course. So what we don't want to do here yeah, we don't want to do that. We do want to make an array. Right, so if this system wasn't in the data at all, then we're adding it to the data, and we're adding this object to the array as the first thing in the data. So this is a weird scenario. The only reason this would ever be true is if, as I said, you've flown to a system without scanning it on the long or the medium range first, and literally just got straight to a planet and started scanning it. That's when this would apply. Normally, in any other circumstance, this would report true because you've already been to the system, and then this would report false because you won't have scanned anything yet, or at least that planet shouldn't be on the list there anywhere. So the next thing to do is we need a branch on this. This boolean. So we've already updated it. That's fine. We'll just go ahead and do what we were doing before. So we can skip that as well. That one is true, that one is false, and I expect this to be the usual thing we run into. As you go through and scan each planet in a system, obviously the system itself exists in the data, and then each planet won't until you've scanned it, so that's what this is going to do. So we then need unless we do it here, actually. So no, we can't do it there because it will do it every time. So which means we need a reference to this index so we know which one we're dealing with, which means we need a local integer, which it's not going to give us. I don't know whether that's a bug or not, but if you've got a collapsed graph, you can't use like local boolean, local integer. However, if you go into a macro and then make a local integer, like so, and we assign like so, then we can now use those in here. Weird workaround, but it works. Right, so we've got a copy of our array index. So if they match true, grab a copy of the index, set that to true, all of that. It's automatically going to break it, which takes us down to here, which we then need to let's get that again. We need to get a reference to integer. Hoping this works. I mean, I am working on a direct reference to that array index, so hopefully I won't need to do this. Not sure I understand the question there, just chilling. Do the sensors only scan the planets, or can they also scan the ones we fly with in the ship? So there are 3 modes where you do scans. You can do a long-range survey from practically any distance to get a high-level overview of the system. You can do a medium-range survey from within the system, and that tells you about all the planets and the moons and most data, including atmospheric data. The short-range scan is only needed if you want to see surface details. So this is one hell of a messy bit of code, but it should do everything we need it to do. Assuming that this reference works like this, I'm hoping it does. So that should be it done. At least handles the adding of data. Now we just need to check that we can read it. Make sure we've got our naming conventions correct. It is indeed a multi-looping loop. Thank you. It's only impressive if it works. Okay, so there's nothing we need to do there. Okay, so when we sort out our blobs, is it here? Yeah, here. It's okay, already made an effort to do that. So if the seed equals the ID, and set it as scanned. Let's give it a whirl and see. I'm fully expecting this not to work. So let's try it. So if this works, then that blob should go green. Holy crap, it worked. That was not supposed to happen. No way that spaghetti worked first time. Oh, and it's recognizing it there as well. Alright, let's go and scan this one. We'll fly over that one the long way. Short range. We have a surface map. Yep, good. Ah. Okay. Well, that's not normal. It does, yeah. Okay, well, let's hop over to this one. So it's definitely not scanned. Okay, it reckons it is. Okay, it's definitely not scanned on there. Okay, definitely have some stuff to fix there. Just wondering whether we need to clear this. So on release, whether we not we clear that. So may as well clear all of them. Technically shouldn't be needed, but try it just to be sure. So that was the problem. If we go to, I guess, that planet there. Okay, so it's not scanned. It's not scanned. Just for good measure, it's not scanned. Okay, if we now do the scan. Okay, it is now scanned. And on there. And on there. Okay. easier to fix than I expected. Great, so we can now scan planets all the way to full completion. So we need that to be reflected on the long range. Obviously we've got our 75% to fill there. So we should be able to do that now. But I've just noticed the time actually, so I will make that the last thing for this stream. Yeah, we're definitely getting blueprints and schematics put together, like full deck plans as well. Right, what am I looking for? Yeah, no reason why not. Thanks, Elijah. Appreciate it. So essentially, we're going to have to do that again with our sensors data. This one should be slightly easier because what we need to do is count. Yeah, count the number of bodies in our sector location. So we do have access to that data there. So grab that. Don't have knowledge of how many systems objects there are. So that means what's the best way of doing this? I guess so to know how many planets there are, obviously we have to go through the full process of generating the entire system, and we can't do that for every system on the list because there's like thousands of them. But what we can do is at the time that we do this horrendous mess of nodes, we can add onto here how many planets there are, because we should have that. So obviously on the short range sensors we are within a system, so yeah, so all we need to do then is so we need to add another entry in that struct. Is explored locations. Call that explorable bodies. Right, so the idea here is that we're only storing the data at the point where we begin to scan planets. So you can't scan a planet unless you're already in the system, which means the system data is already there. So once you've scanned the first planet, it will add how many explorable bodies there are in that system, and then we can use that to work out our percentage completion. So now we just need to restart the engine. Okay. We need to set it here as well. take care of that. I think for good measure, set it here as well. It should already be set at this point. Just to make sure that we definitely capture that value. Yeah, definitely recapture that. Hey Norsey, I'm working on the final bit of the short-range scanning data. Just making sure we're able to calculate total explored percentage. Right, so now we're armed with extra data. What we need to do with this actually is we just need to count if it's been scanned. So I mean that's kind of a redundant boolean, to be honest, because if it's in the array, it's been scanned. So I might drop that at some point, but for now, although it would make this an awful lot easier and quicker if we just take the length of and we divide that by the length of that. So if there are 5 entries there and there are 5 there, 5 goes into 5 once, so that should give us just 1. That would be our 0.75 times by that. Then we add that onto here. Yeah, so if we get our explored percentage, So that's going to be that value plus how am I doing this? Am I decimalizing this or not? No. That needs moving as well. Let's move that out of the way. So that would be 0.75, which obviously I can't do with an integer, so that needs to be flipped. So that's 0.75 times by whatever that is, and then we're adding that onto there. So that's kind of our final remainder, which means that then the only thing left to do is to update that with that. So that's our 25. The remaining 75 is a multiple of that, a fraction of that rather. Right, that should do it. And then we don't need that, that's redundant. Let's give it a go and see. That's generally the idea, yes. So in order to fully explore a star system, you are expected to perform a short-range scan of each and every planet. So this particular one here is showing us 25%, even though we have actually scanned 2 of those planets. So that 25% is wrong. Okay. Off to a great start. Oh. That doesn't help either. Right. Okay, this should be an easy one. So let's go there to our survey. So 2 objects. Okay, so if I scan that. It's definitely not updating. Okay. Why not? wonder if it has something to do with this. Although, no, because it is updating, so it's not there. So that must be reporting 0 then. Let's see. Scanned planets. That. And then we've got a total, which would be total is that one, scanned is that one. Okay, so 2 objects, we've scanned 1. Which is this one. We're saying total 0 scanned 2 for this one. Probably because we haven't scanned anything since making that change. So if we hop on over to here and we scan that, that's better. So it now says 13 and 3. So it's capturing the total number of objects, so that's good. And 13 objects, that matches, that's good. The data's definitely there. So 3 divided by 13 is 0.23. And then 0.75 times that. 0.17, so we should be adding 0.17 to the percentage. So why are we not? So I'm getting 0 across the board there. That's our actual sum giving us. Zero. Why is it reporting 0? So we know that these values are reporting decent values because we've already tested that. So that divided by that equals that. So we want... Which way around are we doing this? We're doing... Yes, we're doing that divided by that equals that. We shall get to the bottom of this. Oh, I've just figured it out. I'm an Egypt. You can't divide a integer. Why is it even letting me do that? I mean, what? You'd think so. I mean, that's literally an invalid operation, so... There we go. Now it's working. I'm blaming Unreal for that one. Okay, so everything is scanned in this system, so this system is 100% explored. Aha! That means, as of now, it is possible to 100% explore every star in the galaxy, and indeed the whole galaxy, but good luck with that. Let the surveying begin. So of course that does also mean we need to add awareness for knowledge level 3 on here. Thank you, thank you. I did say I was going to stop there, but let's just have a very quick look just to see whether that's easy to do. Yeah, definitely. Well done, Firstus. You'll have to go back over them now and actually do the short-range scans. Wow. It would take a very, very long time. Multiple human lifetimes. we can probably work that out actually. So let's say, optimistically, it takes 10 minutes to scan a star system, and then I suppose about a minute to get to the next system. So let's round it up to 15. Let's say 15 minutes to fly to a system and fully explore it. So now let's add 400 billion stars. That takes us up to 6 trillion. Million. Yeah, it should be 6 trillion. So that's how many minutes. Divide that by 60, that's that many hours. Divided by 24, it's that many days. Divided by 365. So you're looking at 11.4 million years to scan every planet in the game. As I say, good luck with that. Of course, yeah, and having to refuel. Okay, so I've basically plumbed in the wrong thing here. We need a selected object. Not quite sure why I did that, to be honest, because definitely don't want that one. We want large system object. From here we need our seed and our galactic coordinates. So first and foremost, if the seed so the galactic coordinates matches. Medium range, long range. We need short range as well. I suppose we need an additional branch here. So that's no good. You can you? No, you need to. Unless we can do it with a wild card, maybe. It is valid index. Yeah, I was just about to say, is it going to return 0 if it fails? But it doesn't. It returns -1, so that's fine. Great. So if that is in the array, then we need to assign that value as 3. It's false, we go. Oh yeah. And then it's medium range. We do 2. That's it. And if it's that, we do false. That should do it. Assuming that definitely finds that and it's a valid index, we should be able to see the level 3 data. Oh, that's fine, it's just whinging because I haven't plugged anything into it. Same will be true for this one as well. Right then, moment of truth. There. It's definitely not liking that. Is it not finding it? That's the question. Oh, hang on a minute. Option 3 on there. Okay, I do have it set to 3. Don't have output. So this one does not have level 3 data. And this one does. Okay, perfect. So although there's nothing there, it is correctly unlocking that data. So it means when there is something there, it'll come up. Excellent. Check the display range on this actually, because we should be within range. So yeah, we're 1.3 million kilometers away. We've got a 3 million kilometer range, so we should definitely be seeing that object. Definitely see it there. It says one object detected. Okay, so we're actually using a 10 million kilometer range there, so it's not that. Actually, were we not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 million kilometers. So another try a sec. How close to this thing do we need to get? There we go. sure that math's correct. Isn't it? Pretty sure that's right. Yeah, so one kilometer is 100,000 centimeters. If I just divide that. Multiplication's quicker, but let's divide it just to test it. Stick the star behind us a minute. Oh, interesting. So it disappears after 1 million. It must be getting set somewhere else. We're doing it on here as well. No, okay. Don't know. I have to have a think about that one, I think. Yeah, that's definitely 3 million kilometers, so not quite sure why that's vanishing at only 1 million. Okay, well, I reckon I'll leave it there for tonight, as it's been almost 5 hours. Another long stream tonight. So yeah, so you can now scan any planet and scan any system up to 100%, and it will save. So that's pretty much the bulk of what's needed on the sensors done. I think we're literally down to just spit and polish now, just to make sure everything's working properly. Thank you, thank you. So I shall wish you guys adieu. It's almost 1 AM here, and I'm losing the ability to speak. Shall I play the Dev Shed update video again? If anyone wants to see that. Alrighty. Okay, well, I shall say thank you and good night, and I shall leave you with the video. And once the video is finished, I shall end the stream. And I think Claire's just come in to say good night as well.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
I want to go
I'll go to bed then.
bed.
Well, I've stopped blabbing away now.
Bye, everyone. Good night.
Claire's hanging. Right, let me just find out where the music is coming from. There we go. Right, I shall play this and then I shall head off. So farewell, and I shall see you all on Sunday's stream. He says, as the video refuses to play. Hang on, let me reopen it. Typical. Let's try again. Okay, here we go. Time for another update. And this time we've got cladding, which is all very nice. We also have all the electrics going in there. That's our 40 amp feed. The fascias and bits and pieces have all been put on. And as luck would have it, we ran out of cedar, like with one plank remaining, which is just typical. So that'll get done either tomorrow or maybe the day after. Internally, still very echoey. Can't see very much. Hang on, let's get the light on. So the end walls have been plastered now. So that one's done, and that one's done. So that's all the plastering done. We had to kind of pull that off and redo it because the wires wouldn't pull through from the outside. But that's all sat there ready to have the fuse box fitted. And yeah, that's pretty much it internally, really. It's now just a case of waiting for the plaster to dry. That's all the skirting board down there ready to be fitted. And then on the outside, we have the drain done. See if I pop out. There's a soak away there. And we've got our drainage and everything done there, down the side. So they did all that today. This is the back garden. So if I ever need to come out for a bit of fresh air, I can like maybe bring a chair out here. If I smoked, this would be the smoking room. But then the Starlink dish is going to go up there and again on an L-shaped bracket, so it's just above the roof line. Can't have it too high, but hopefully because it's behind the tree, it'll be kind of out of everyone's line of view. And that's it, really. Onwards and upwards. So yeah, we can't do anything now until the plaster's dry, so I wouldn't expect to see much progress now for at least a week, maybe a week and a half, and then we'll get the thing whitewashed. Okay, there we go.